Hi, Apples. I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing good. Just going to get my volume right. Had to play around with the volume lots yesterday because we were streaming the interactive music videos and they had very varied volumes. I'll be putting a proper kind of video essay up about that in a week or so's time. I want to do it properly this time. Last time I just sort of streamed all the games and then did an edit, but that was interesting. The music just started and then immediately stopped. So I am working on DirtWorld today. I'm going to have lots of data-y stuff to do that is quite dull. So there's going to be bits of this stream where I'm just quietly working on stuff that I don't fully understand. But I will try and think out loud as much as possible because I think that's kind of what people tune in for on this stream. Hi, Kitten. Thank you for offering to be a mod. I've actioned that now, so hopefully we won't need to use it very often, but we will occasionally get the spam. The day we first get raided will be a real milestone, and I'm sure it will only just be other game dev nerds from some other part of game dev Twitch who are all sweet nerds, really. So I'm just going to play the game for a little bit for 5-10 minutes and take stock of where I am. I haven't worked on it for like 4 or 5 days, and basically I gave it to Juju, who is someone I used to work with occasionally, who is a real GameMaker whiz, to help me fix some physics stuff that I was really having issues with in the game. And that will probably, I mean, depending on his availability, it will be something that I probably need him to do every couple of months or so. But, you know, I have just about enough money coming in from all the stuff that I do to occasionally be able to pay a programmer or an artist to do something that I can't do, which I think is a good place to be in. It's like, hey, I'm not having to employ people, but I'm in a position where I can do everything myself to some sort of standard, and then when I hit a block where I can't do something myself, then I can, you know, afford to pay someone a day to do something. So that's good. Gives us a better chance of this game actually getting done, because yeah, I can't do everything. Something has happened to my... Oh, I think I've just got my headphones down so low I can't hear the music. That's why. There is music. It's just the drum track isn't playing though, which is weird, because normally the drum track would start off when you first go in the level. So I'll turn the sound effects down on the stream. It's very intense, that teleporter sound. Trying to think of what would be different in the game since I last streamed. The coins are bigger. That was one of the things one of the playtesters commented on, and I thought, yeah, maybe they would be a bit more satisfying to collect if they were bigger. Maybe you're right. And there are emeralds that become more likely the more green rooms you build, the more your chance to get an emerald goes up, but it's still quite rare. It's like 1% per room. And then there are these kind of red rubies you can collect if you get the correct relic, and then you start deliberately building red rooms. So there's a bunch of little economy things that are in the game already to kind of encourage you to build in a particular way. Yeah, these red rooms are our kind of danger rooms, really. And generally you don't want to build them, but then sometimes you're going to get a case where you want to, because you want to get an egg, or you want to profit from a relic that needs you to have red rooms. But yeah, that room is just filling with poisonous gas at the moment. Doesn't seem to be... Is the gas triggering a damage event at the moment? Oh, it's... I know why. It's because I've got the space helmet. It's because I've got the space helmet relic, so I'm not getting poisoned. Maybe one day I'll make it so the relics actually affect the sprite of the character, but that would be so much work at the moment that it can wait. Maybe one day. So this is the relic that is supposed to give me red ruby coins for every red room I've drafted, but I just saw some of them appearing already, so I need to look at the spawn logic for those because they're not currently respecting the relics. And part of that is because we've just rewritten the whole relic system to use a different kind of data structure, which I spent, I don't know, all of Friday trying to get my head around. Using structs in GameMaker, which is a newer type of data structure that they didn't support before, and I never really learned to use because I didn't need to. and now I'm trying to adapt to that. So it's been a bit of a learning curve. How does all this work? Okay, so this is how I build my relics now. Oh, thanks for compliments on the art. Yeah, I mean, I don't really consider myself a visual artist, but what I did, I started off with a 24 by 24 grid, and just like the rule of everything is one color. And then I've just iterated through it. Occasionally I'll go back and try and make things better. Recently I learned how a lot of the built-in visual effects and particle stuff works on GameMaker as well. So I'm not really being kind of pixel art purist. I'm doing stuff that doesn't feel like a retro game, which is fine. I don't really consider myself one of those. So there's like VFX and stuff that aren't really in pixels, but whatever. Okay, so this is, I'm trying to understand how I make new relics. So this is something called a constructor. And what a constructor does is it makes structs, and then structs are blobs of data. So this constructor is making a new struct called a relic. And what that kind of allows us to do is make a new object which is called a relic that it doesn't exist in what GameMaker already considers to be objects. So I can go in here and I've got an item that I've defined. I've got like this object underscore relic, which is like the thing that you pick up as an item in the environment. But that doesn't really know anything about what relics really are. That just knows like when a player is near me and they press this button, I get picked up and I make a sound effect. The stuff that is actually relic data is here, and this is all the new stuff, because basically what I had to do before to make a relic was it just took 10 times longer doing it the old way. So this has taken me a long time to get my head around and understand, but using constructors and structs is reducing the amount of code I have to write for each relic by about, from like 90% or something. So we define a type of struct, which is a type of object here. We say it's called a relic, and then we say it's got these criteria. It's got a name, a description, sprite. And that also means later on, if I need relics to have another thing like a price, then I can add price here, right? So I can add shop price equals shop price. Don't worry about the way that that's formatted, because unless you're like genuinely doing GameMaker now, that's probably too much detail. But I can add a criteria and it just goes to all of them now. So I can say, a space helmet is worth 100, and the green pots is worth 50, and the demon coin is worth 75 and the thing for more gold jars is worth 125. Give them a number, right? And I could even randomize that if I wanted to. So here's the old stuff that I used to have to do, was have a global variable for each one saying whether it was unlocked, add them to a list and stuff like that. And now we're not doing that. Now we're using the struct. And then if I go to the relic object, no, it's not even in there. It's my generic item object handles everything now. So the other refactoring I did was I turned nearly every object that you see in the game that isn't a block or a creature into a generic thing called an item. And before, I had like separate code for treasure and keys, and relics were different from objects that you could pick up and throw around and use as food and stuff like that. It's all items now, which means that all of the code for pretty much anything that has a physics interaction with the player is in this same place. So if I go to this interaction with the player object here, I've got here's all the code for if a item is something you pick up by touching it. So all of the coins and keys are triggered here. So we can, is it an emerald? Is it a red coin? Is it a key? All of that kind of stuff is happening here. And then all of the stuff to do with if it's a relic happens here. And some of the stuff I need to do now is refactor this code, which isn't going to be very fun, but I need to get it done. So at the moment, what we're doing is checking the sprite of the item we're picking up and then setting a global flag to say that we have that relic now. And these global flags are outdated in my new system. I need to get rid of these. So that's my next port of call, really, because what you would have noticed is I picked up the space helmet and then it worked, but it worked because it's all plugged in using the old system. So I've got the new system for generating the relics, and it actually is plugged in here, because if I go to the create event for my items and I go down to where if the item is a relic, if I've placed that little pink question mark in the map to say spawn a relic here, then it does all of this stuff, which is basically to go into global relic list and pick out a relic that hasn't been spawned yet. So what I can do now is I can take that global relic list reference, and when we go, I'm going to have to copy some of this to go through the relic list and find the relic with the matching sprite, I think. Just think. I think there might be an easier way for me to do this, actually. I need to go back to... Take that out of favorites for a minute. I need to go to the deck manager, because that is the object I use to sort of set up all this data. Okay, so name. Just trying to think through the best way to do what I need to do. Hey, Tom. Please don't take any of what I'm doing here as an education on the best way to do things, because I mostly do not know what I'm doing. But okay, I may need to save that reference like that. Let me see. We can get it working with one item, then we're good. So So one of the variables that is in the struct for relics is collected. We want to set collected to true, and we want to increment times collected. So this doesn't do anything yet, this variable, but eventually I want to know if you've picked something up for the first time, because that means when you open the book and you can see what's in it, you get like a little new flash on that one. So we need to count and see if it's the first time it's been collected. So we're going to do... It's very frustrating to kind of recode things that you've done before, but it's one of those situations where you know it's going to be for the best in the long run if you can get it working in the new way. So back into the item, we're colliding with the player and we're trying to determine what happens. We're trying to determine what happens when the player picks one of these up. Now I'm hoping what will happen there, I'm hoping that will do it, but it may be completely wrong. It might not be the right way of doing it. We're trying to find the collected variable within this struct and then set it to true for that particular relic. I'm not sure, but I guess I can just run it and see if it throws an error. What have I broken here? Broken something formatting wise. Okay, let's just... They're just picking up on touch now. I'm not sure why that is. I need to maybe take away a lot of what I had before for displaying relics. Although maybe that it doesn't hurt to keep that used in the same way it was. I just need to change the name of this because it's going to confuse me later on. Although I know I'm not supposed to be using DS lists anymore, so I'll replace. I'll just rename it now, and I will change that later. Because if I try and refactor too many things at once, I'm going to get completely lost. Because I don't know what I'm doing. So what we really want to do to check this is. We would then go, okay, we would go if I was trying to check whether we've got the red purse that spawns the ruby coins, I would go, I'm going to write it here and then copy it across to where it would be relevant. Demon coin. Okay, it's suggesting it. That's a good start. And I'd put this local reference here so it doesn't get confused. I think that might be a better way of doing that. So that should be everything we need to just make sure that the player gets the relic that they're supposed to and its action properly. And then what I need to do is just plug that into the coins to try and get the red coins to spawn when they should do, which actually happens on the destruction event of our items, because it basically checks. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't check when the things are broken. It checks when they're spawned. So if we have a jar, we load stuff into it. So at the moment, it counts how many red rooms you've built and gives you a red coin for each one. But we only want that to happen if you've got the special relic that does that. So we put this if here and then wrap that in that. So if this works, then it means the way I've set this up to write and read which relics you've got is correct, and I can start copying it across to the other places in the code where the relics need to trigger. So hopefully this works. There isn't anything else that spawns a red coin, so I'll just check the... It's very quick in GameMaker to just like search all of the code. It's very easy to break all of the code with that as well, but yeah, so that's the only place where the red coin is referenced. It's when we create a new jar, we check if you've got the demon purse, the cursed purse. It's called demon coin here, but that's because that's what the old sprite was, but it's called the cursed purse. And then if that's true, then we count how many red rooms you've built, and then we give you a coin in that jar for every red room. And then all of this stuff is pushed to an array in the jar called contents, and then when the jar explodes, every item in the contents array gets spawned and thrown out by the physics. Tom, am I planning on making this entirely solo? No. I mean, I'm in a position, I was sort of explaining earlier, where I can do 99% of what I need to for this project on my own, but I do occasionally hit a stumbling block. Like I've hit some coding stumbling blocks, and I will eventually need to get some art help for certain things. So yeah, I'm sort of in a position where I can afford to pay someone for some help like one day a month or something. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I have no investment in sort of like pride driven, I must do everything myself kind of thing. If you can afford to pay a freelancer to fix specific people and to fix specific things, and you know good people who can do the specific thing you need them to, then you know. Hi, Bulldogger. Give me a relic. I can't test my relics unless you give me a relic. This is also coincidentally one of the reasons why I've got about 12 relics designed that were working under the previous system, and now I need to re-implement them all. But I'm only implementing like 3 at the moment, because the more I add in, the more we're cursed by the randomness to not get the one we need to test. So, I mean, I can kind of quickly fix that. If I go here and then I just comment out every relic apart from demon coin, then we'll get that much quicker and we can test it. Yeah, fixing people, Freudian slip. More gold jars not sep. Ah, okay, so it's... Yeah, I broke it. It needs... We cannot make these things... I cannot just edit them out like that. Otherwise it gets broken. Yeah, you do get a lot of keys. I'll edit that later on. Everything is sort of balanced for me being able to find what I need in the game right now, rather than what is actually fun or challenging. I think what would happen in the full game is you would start off with like 3 hearts and 5 keys or something like that, And then there are things you can do in the metagame progression to sort of level up how much you start with. Okay, so I've got the cursed purse. Let's check. There shouldn't be any red coins yet because we haven't built any red rooms. I build a red room, build another red room, build another red room. Okay. That didn't have anything in it, but I think that's because it spawned before I'd built the rooms, so no. So it's not being able to read that data at that point where we need it to, so that's alright, I can look into that now. So let's go back to our item parent and we look at how our now, my suspicion is that this is fine. And the bit that is probably wrong is the bit where we set this when we pick up the relic. So what I'm going to do to test that is I'm going to set this to false and see if we get red coins just when we don't have the thing. So my problem really here is I'm using structs that I have just learnt about in the last week. I sort of, after a few days, I understand them conceptually, but I don't really understand the syntax to access them and manipulate them very well. So that's kind of what I'm learning at the moment. Yeah, so even with that set to false, oh yeah, we are getting them. Okay, we are getting them. Don't seem to be consistently getting them. That's strange. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we're getting one red coin in every jar, and then I make another red room and another red room. And I think what I need to do is I need to make it so that jars load their contents just as you break them, because otherwise people are going to have all of these jars spawned and then think they'll get a red coin in them and then go back. So there's some like order of operation stuff there, but basically we know that this works. It's just not being set properly somewhere else. What we're going to do here as well to solve that problem I just described is take this stuff and define the contents of the jar when the jar smashes instead. And then that means if we've spawned the jar ages ago, all I'm doing there is just moving that stuff so that the contents of the jar get determined when you smash the jar, not when you build the room. And then we need to go back to our creation event and look at relic definition when the relics are spawned. There's got to be a better way to do that. So this is the code. When an item spawns and it turns out to be a relic, this is the code that decides what relic it will be, what sprite to give it and stuff like that. I don't really want to take all of this and apply it to when you pick up a relic, but I think I might have to. So when you pick up a relic, we go here. One of the this isn't going local. It's not going yellow. Should all be the same thing. So, because, again, this is kind of coming down to me not really understanding how to access structs very well. I had to go back and forth with someone on the GameMaker forums for quite a long time to get this working the way it should do. I guess this is going to force me to reread this code and try and understand it a bit better. So that's not the worst thing. We'll try and hack the code that I used to generate the relics from the struct to do something else, and then maybe I'll come away from this with a better understanding of how this works. So, okay. I'm just going to edit, just going to comment stuff out that doesn't do anything yet. Take that out for now. Let's put more sparklies in later. I need to go back to my struct. Yeah, it does have a... This is called sprite, and this is where we save the sprite reference. So this is my point of comparison, I think. So in here... Oh no, in the item when we're checking with the player character when we get picked up, we go through... we go through an array with all of the relics in it, and we check if it's got the same sprite. And then we don't need to actually push it into an array, though. We just need to do something with it there. So here we would just go target dot collected equals true or something like that, I think. I don't need this. I should just be able to do struct for each global relic and then check. So can I do this without this method here? This is the sort of place where I'll get totally lost. So maybe we take out this stuff. We take out this stuff. Will that do it? I mean, that looks like it should do it. So we name the struct, which is relic list, and then we name the function that we're going to do to it. And the function is already defined up here, which is to pick the name within the relic list and then do the target and then do this stuff, which is if the target sprite is sprite index, then set the target to... Yeah, that kind of looks like it makes sense. And then struct for each should... We don't need to make an array because this is basically treating the struct as an array and going through and doing it to every single one anyway. And it should only trigger once because the this sprite index reference here is referencing the sprite of the object that we've just touched and are trying to pick up. My brain. So in order to check that that's working and setting the struct to being setting the relic to being collected, what we need to do is go and make sure that we've got our jars set up to work the right way. This feels totally, I know this is totally backwards, but and then what I'll do is I'll times this by 10 just to make it really visually obvious. We've got an error. Line 80. Oh. Naughty brackets. Naughty brackets, go in the naughty corner. Okay, so if our test works, then this will just have gold coins in, no red. I go to the market. I take a free curse purse that should cost money, which is why it goes cha-ching, but it doesn't at the moment, because that's all part of the system that I'm rebuilding. Build a red room, and then this should have red coins in it. Yeah! Oh my god! I am the god of structs. I can manipulate the very world through the power of lightweight game objects. Okay. So part of why this has been such a horrible learning curve for me is that I didn't really understand how to write or use custom functions, because, you know, every time you see this orange stuff in GameMaker, you're looking at a function, and there are so many built in GameMaker to help you that the point at which you'll actually hit a point where you need to write your own custom function is quite far in. You could be using GameMaker quite successfully for a number of years before you really need to actually engage with writing custom functions. So what's happened for me in this instance is when I've got to the point where I need to start engaging with structs, which are this, you know, more flexible data format, I couldn't really manipulate them because I didn't know how to do functions, which is wild. To some of the sorts of people that watch this channel, it will be quite wild to you because you come from more of a coding background. But the reason I use GameMaker in the first place is I am a, you know, art and design person, and I just want to use the thing that quickly gets me to stuff moving around on the screen based on player input, which means I've gone a very, very long time without learning certain things that I should have learned a long time ago. So that works. We can collect a relic, and this is here now. So this is here in the pickup event for interacting with players. And then I want to change the UX of this. I want to make it so you have to kind of, you have to deliberately pick up stuff when it's a relic. So if I want to have like eventually have a pop-up so you get told what the relic does. But I don't want that to be immediate when you run into the relic. I want you to like pick it up and then press the relic inventory button to activate that pop-up. And that will kind of force people to get used to bringing up this book that doesn't exist yet. I haven't programmed it, but I've got a sprite for it. So yeah. Yeah, the structs thing has been a big old learning curve. It's like there's been the functions thing for me, and then there's just been the conceptual thing of like what is a struct, which is difficult to get your head around, especially in a project in a IDE like this where you've already got objects. It's like, okay, now I can have an object that only exists in the game and it's not here. It's like, okay, I can eventually work out how that's beneficial, but at the start, when people are telling you you need to use structs now because it's the better way of doing things, it's like you can't see the benefit for a long time. You just have to trust that the wizards know what they're talking about and follow the wizards. Okay, so that works. So now I can go back to my destroy event. when a jar is destroyed, and I can tone down what's happening there. I don't need to say ×1, I can just say the original variable. Timesing things by 1 for no reason. Okay, so that also means I can go and find my other relics and try and make sure this logic exists there as well. So space helmet is one of them. And where does it exist? So at the moment we're doing if global relic space helmet equals held. Where is that? So instead we say if global relic list space helmet collected equals true. Hi unknown. Good luck with whatever you're working on today. Got to do it here as well. So the other thing I'm doing that you can know, because there's only 20 of you here, but I'm making it so that relics have a explicit use that the game tells you, like in the menu, like in the Slay the Spire relics. But then there's also a hidden use. So the space helmet is mainly meant to be for going outside the level because you freeze outside the level, but it also protects you from poison. But you're not going to be told about the poison. Players just have to learn about that themselves and then stick it on a wiki or something. And then the other one of those interactions I've got is you get these horns that allow you to sprint through jars and smash them just by running through them. And the other thing that the horns will do is make the goat your friend. So the goat won't jump out of your hands anymore if you're wearing the horns, but that will be the hidden interaction there. So I do a lot of those kind of hidden interactions because I think they're fun for people to work out. This is all the code for showing the relics on the pause menu thing. And I want to get rid of this. Don't need this anymore. Do I dare get rid of it? Yeah, gonna get rid of it. Gonna delete that whole script. Lots of tidying up to do in this project at the moment. Okay, and so currently I have those relics that draw along the bottom, and what used to happen is when you pause the game, you can go along and see what they do. I'm going to replace that so that there is a separate button to go into the inventory menu, which is separate from the pause menu, because I noticed players really... I had one playtester that was found it quite confusing that the sort of settings menu in the pause was the same thing as the inventory information thing, which makes total sense because we usually do have a separation of those things. So what I'm going to do... That's stuff for displaying keys. This is my GUI manager, which is horrible at the moment because it's still very much in the first draft of everything and nothing is very clear. I've never used animation curves. No, I'm not really sure there, unfortunately. I mean, I sort of keep my art style so simple because I don't want to do a lot of that stuff, you know, like there's like a 4-frame walk cycle here and then I speed it up when you're running and that let that kind of VFX of the dust do the work, you know. None of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. That's all old. That's all old. I just thought that there was a bug that wasn't displaying, and then I realized I needed to actually pick up a relic for it to display anything. Okay, yeah. So I can determine which screens. Basically, they should probably show up on the pause screen as well, but just not on the relic book screen. So basically, I'm going to create a new game state called relic book, which is when the game is paused and you've got this inventory thing up. And that's the only state where I don't want that little row of relics to appear at the bottom, because they'll be in the book in the middle. Oh. And then I've got a lot of stuff in this game that I've put in that is now broken because I've rebuilt how various things in the game work. So I think the goat is currently broken, which is why you haven't seen it. So I might have to rebuild that today. The goat occupies a kind of weird position because it's still treated as an item, but it can kind of move around. And I haven't really reached a point where I've made a proper decision on how NPCs in this game are handled, I guess, if you want to call it that, or mobs. So I think at the moment I'm going to still treat it as an item that moves itself around, but because it has this behavior where you kind of pick it up and you take it where you want and you throw it in a fire or whatever. But I don't know if that's actually the best approach long term. But I don't intend to make loads and loads of different mobs. I kind of want to do the Minecraft thing where every time I add a creature or anything like that, it has a very, very specific set of gameplay rules, and there's not just a goat and then a cow that does exactly the same thing and stuff like that, you know? Okay, so we've got rid of the stuff that tells you what relics do, which is a step backwards. But eventually I will be able to press, I think, L1 and then bring up this little book that has the relics in. And what will also happen is when you pick up a relic, you'll have to press L1 to put it in your inventory. So that will get players used to using L1 to do that. So if I go up here, just break into that room so that the relic falls down. So at the moment, I just pick the thing up and it goes into my inventory. It will be pick it up, it goes into your hands, you can run around with it, and then you put it into your inventory with L1. and that will open up a possibility of then taking relics and giving them to someone, or selling them, or sacrificing them somehow. That might be cool. And it will also get players used to using L1 to check their relic book, because that's going to be something they need to be kind of taught to do, I guess. Another thing I want to do is, because the punch only just triggers this one frame, I want to make various attacking sprites that can switch in, so it just randomizes a different sprite for each little punch you do. Because then I can give him like a flying kick and stuff. That'd be funny. But maybe that's not today. Because then I'll just get in the pixel art zone, and I will I will end up doing the same thing for 4 hours and not really making any progress. Pixel art is like it was something when I started this project that I was like, oh, I can't do that. And then because I've iterated enough on certain things, I now feel more confident. And then, oh, why did that have nothing in it? And now because, now because I feel more confident, it's kind of become a happy place where I can use it as a reward for doing other things that are more difficult. So I tend to give myself pixel art as a reward. Oh, look at my delicious mushroom soup. That is the sort of placeholder sprite for when you make a bad meal. That's what it looks like. And then you can go and throw it down the hole. Okay. I need to find other places where the relics I've made aren't hooked in properly with code. So I've set up the space helmet. I've set up the demon coin one. I don't think I've done more gold jars. Let me see. Ah, here it is. So this is meant to make you get more gold jars, which are jars that have relics and keys in. And so what this does is when a jar is spawned, it checks if it's a basic jar, and then there's a 1 in 8 chance to turn it into a gilded jar. But if you've got the more gold jars relic, which we've already put in here, is that right? Yeah, we've already put it in here. If we've already got more gold jars, then the chance is 1 in 6. Because these are inclusive of 0. So this is a random number between 0 and 5. I'll make it 1 in 5. I want the relics to feel like a real kind of chunky improvement to the thing. I don't like tiny incremental improvements if I can avoid them. I like stuff that feels like it really changes the experience. And then we need to do the same with green pots, which is the one that allows pots to spawn in green rooms. So you're sort of upgrading your green rooms and making them have treasure in, which doesn't happen at the beginning. So relic list, and I should start typing these out properly because it will teach me how to do the thing better. Okay. So this this is a funny one. This happens when a tree branch is created. When a tree branch is created, if we have the green pots relic we do a random dice roll and it's below 60%, then we create a jar on the branch. It just allows you to have them up in trees. I would love to work on an ImSim one day. Right, I don't need to keep playtesting after each thing I do. What I need to do, really, is get up my list of relics and sort of just slowly work my way through them. And then see where they're tied in or not. So I'll just go down these in order. So the coin magnet doesn't do anything at the moment, I don't think. Yeah, the coin magnet has no effect, so I need to make that have an effect in coins to make it worth having as a collectible. So we're going to go into our parent item object again. And what I want, I had this set up before and it's not set up anymore because I nuked so much of the functionality of items. So the step event has all the physics stuff for items, and then at the end of the step, I'm going to do this little check that's only for coins. So if sprite index equals, and it is only going to work for coins, it's not going to work for the rubies or the emeralds because I want them to feel like they have more weight. If coin magnet collected equals true. Okay, that's good. That struct is starting to stick in my head in terms of like what order I need to write things out in. And then we're checking if the item is a coin, and we're checking if we've got the coin magnet relic, and then we're going to try and draw a line between the item and the player character, and if there's no solid objects in it, then the coin is going to move towards the player character. That's the idea. I think there is a collision line. Yep. I can't remember what it returns. I just need the helper text up at the bottom here. So we do X and Y to access the items X and Y, and then we do object player, which is actually only... this wouldn't work if we were accessing like something that there were multiple instances of, but there's only ever one player, so it's fine. And then we're checking if there's an object underscore solid, which is my blocks. False and true. This is a game that I really should probably have built with tiles, but does this return... Does it return a boolean or does it return the instance? Let's check the documentation. Okay. Okay, so we're checking if it's no one, basically. So this is looking for an instance of object solid between the player and the coin. And if it's no one, then the coin can start moving. Sure, there's a better way of doing this, but there's always a better way of doing everything, isn't there? And so that should make the coin magnet relic work. I did have a kind of... I was wondering whether the coin should just always have a bit of magnetism and then the coin magnet relic just it makes it stronger, but not sure. I'll resolve that later on. I will watch people playtest it and see if they get frustrated by jumping around picking up the coins, because the coins are quite splashy. They do go everywhere. But whether or not that's fun to then clean them up or not is hard for me to tell. I'm too close to it now. We are going to re-implement Dirt Puncher, which is the relic that lets you punch through blocks of soil. So when the player does a punch, there is a little hidden object spawned that is like a hurt box, that is the thing that collides with things to make them feel like they've been punched. And yeah, I just need to change this reference. So global.relic list. It's called list. It's not really a list. It's our struct for all of our relics. Why is that not color-coded the right way? I'm trying to be a good boy and start using my double equals marks. People keep getting upset that I'm not doing it, even though it works. Yeah, it's fine. It's just not color coding automatically, probably because I copied and pasted. So that should be everything to make our knuckle dusters work properly again. The Ego Hatchy. What does the Ego Hatchy do? This is why I love making... Huh. It's not implemented anywhere. Oh, it's because... yeah, I know. I think I have some bespoke code in the egg. Oh, it's because it's just called egg loot. But I'll call it what it's called in the sprite because that's my main reference for when I'm doing this stuff. So global.relic list dot egohatchy dot collected equals true. The egohatchy gives you a 1 in 3 chance for eggs that hatch to have a relic in instead of a monster, which is quite nice. And we've got the egg timer. which I think is probably triggered right here. Yeah. So if global.relic list.eggtimer.collected equals true. I have no idea how the torch works now. So with a torch, alarm 7 is the thing that puts the torch out. Yeah, okay. If global dot relic list endless torch collected equals false. So this is the alarm that makes torches go out, and when it triggers, if you've got the endless torch, it won't go out. There should also be a reference to that with the... Yeah, okay. This makes the fire particles pink if you've got that, just to help you understand what's going on. I think I do a lot of equals true when I just need to say if this thing, but it helps me read my code, so maybe one day I will stop doing that. But green pots we've done. Jar smasher we haven't done. Do you find any references to that? No, not a Clue Games. One of the reasons I do this stream now, I mean, partly it's an accountability thing because it helps me to do stuff if you guys are watching or some of you are sort of finding it helpful or comforting while I do it kind of thing, whatever it is. But it's also that I think it's just helpful to watch someone else flounder a bit. Like when I taught introductory programming in this to first year game students, we would always work everything out live, and I would be standing there typing it in. I would be looking stuff up in the manual and stuff as we did it, because one of the worst things you can have in terms of role modeling is to come away with the perception that someone has the entire language in their head, which isn't really how most people work. Even when they're like really experienced, much more experienced than me, you're still looking stuff up all the time. So getting people used to just understanding that is part of the thing, I think can be quite helpful. You're not looking stuff up because you're dumb and you don't know the thing. You're looking it up because it's like, you know, you're speaking a new language, you have to look in the phrase book, and then eventually you have to look in the phrase book less, but you might still need to look up a word in a dictionary, you know? Monster Bounty. Monster Bounty lets you get coins for bopping a monster on the head, as you'd expect. Okay, so when we beat up an egg, I see. I take that out of there. I'm going to put that in the egg code. When an egg gets destroyed, no, actually, okay, so this is where I have to be careful about where I put stuff. So we're checking. We've got a relic called Monster Bounty that gives you money whenever you kill a monster, which doesn't normally happen. And that's going to apply to lots of different monsters eventually. So what I should do really is put that in my generic item code, but then some of the monsters aren't really items. So the egg kind of classifies as something that would give you a bounty, but okay, I'll just do it separately for each thing at the moment. It's not worth thinking too hard about, I guess. I just need to make sure I've format the names like I've done in the sprite name, because that will be what I'm referencing when I go through and add these to the struct afterwards. Okay, so if we've got the Monster Bounty relic, then an egg gives us a thing, and then the other things would be... Oh, it's called an egg bat. It's not called a monster here. Yeah, the people who make games that quick have been doing it for years and years and years. And the thing is, even then, it's going to be a quick and dirty game, so it's going to crash. It's going to have loads of problems with it. I think a sort of philosophical distinction that can be helpful to think about sometimes with making games is that a game is something that people want to play and enjoy playing, which means that if you kind of define games that way in your head, then just because something looks like a game when someone makes it in 3 days doesn't mean it's really a game. It's like a prototype of a game. It's not really a game if you define games that way, as like something people want to play and then enjoy playing when they try it. So your job as a game developer is to gradually take some sort of prototype and turn it into something in that state that is an actual game. Not letting me type, so I'm going to just save and restart there. Yeah, that's a good idea, Kitten. I haven't actually turned items into structs yet. I don't know if I will, because I need to be able to place them in the editor. And the reason why they're like just classic GameMaker objects is I can open up one of my rooms and go, there's a jar here and there's a cauldron here and stuff like that. If I wanted to do that with them as structs, I would have to make an item and then I'd put it down and click into it and go, oh, it's one of these. And it's not as visual. Relics, where was I doing? Okay, we were doing more keys. Nope. So here we want global.reliclist.morekeys.collected. It's going great because that doesn't exist in our relic list yet. So this is the one that just gives you a better chance of getting keys. which we don't really need in the current build because I have a silly amount of keys. And then we've got slow fungus, which does exactly what you might think. This has been one of those jobs that I've kind of been dreading doing, but it isn't too bad. It's just busy work, really. But I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it has been, to go through and like change the way that everything is done. It's just because like implementing relics is so it's just all over the place. It's only a small bit of code that triggers them, but you don't know where it's going to be. It's just somewhere strange. So the trowel. Oh, I think I might have got that wrong over here. Oh no, that's right. The trowel gives you more vegetables and fungus and stuff spawning. So instead of having like direct Stardew Valley growing stuff, we've got, you pick up a farming item and then more stuff spawns, which is a bit of a shortcut, but that's fine. Okay, so I'll go back to Deck Manager now, which is where our struct for all of our relics is set up. And I just need to go through this list and add the ones that we just built back into the system. And one of the things I'm going to do to make my life a bit easier here is keep these in alphabetical order. Okay, so coin magnet, go at the top. This is going to be called Wealth Attractor. Coins follow you. And it is Sprite Relic Coin Magnet. And it is worth, yeah, 75, whatever. It doesn't do anything yet anyway. And then we want to do Dirt Puncher down here. Which has an underscore in the middle, which I don't agree with, but I've done it now. No, actually, let's fix it. Let's make it consistent. So like that, and then I need to find dirt underscore puncher wherever it is in the code and change it to dirt puncher. Yeah, why not? I always feel like I'm going to destroy the entire game when I do that. I'm going to make that a bit more expensive because you can totally break the level with that, which is fun. Oh. And maybe I'll just type a few out from scratch because it will help me to internalize the way that this works. So Ego Hatchie is a new relic. And oh, the dirt puncher. I'm going to call that Spiked Knuckles. punch through mud. Punch through soil, mud, and other crud. There we go. It's like a poem. Egg o Hachi. That's like the little... It's Tamagotchi. Monster eggs have a chance to contain a relic. Spur underscore... I know that I should be doing something for localization with these strings, but that, to be honest, that is thinking so far ahead, and I'm just not competent enough to know how to factor that in from the beginning. It is unlocked. It is not spawned. It is not collected. It has not been collected yet, and it has a shop price of 50, because it's something that has a random chance and you might not ever be able to trigger it. Egg timer. New relic. This is going to make making new relics so much quicker than it was before. So much better. See, part of my world building is that we have modern objects and we don't know what they are anymore, so I might give this a funny name. So I'm going to call it the chronological egg, or the ovum of Kronos. Monster eggs take longer to hatch. Yeah, we're doing sort of Adventure Time vibes, you know, like sort of post-apocalyptic but weird and silly. Egg timer, endless torch. Is that is this is alphabetical, isn't it? So yeah, endless torch. And I'm sure they're not all going to work straight away because I've broken and fixed so much stuff in one go, but... Oh, this was called the Pyromancer's Periapt before. Your torches no longer extinguish. That doesn't... That's a bit clunky, but whatever. So I call the sprite based on what it does. It's got a practical name in most cases. I try not to name it in the sprite name. I just name it by what it does. True, false, false, 0, 75, I don't know. Being pretty arbitrary with these costs. Green pots we've already got. Jar Smasher we haven't got. I might need to... I don't remember doing that one. I think maybe I missed that one out. China Shop Headband. Smash treasure pots by sprinting into them. Got this is, it wants a comma there, not a... Okay. True, false. And monster bounty goes above more gold jars. Oh, I'm going to take that sneaky little underscore out again. This can all go now. All of that can go. Wihey. Is there anything better than clearing stuff out? having a nice little clear out of your code, or your house, or even your family. I don't know. What's this? I will call it a writ of extermination. A little bit kind of Warhammer 40k vibes. The Emperor bids you to kill some monsters. Defeated monsters drop a reward. Keep it vague so that it's exciting the first time you get it. You go, ooh, a reward. What is it? It's 2 red coins. Yeah. Seamus, I need that sort of thing for how I currently handle fire, because at the moment it's just bespoke everywhere and it's not very good, so. Yeah. I think I need to go down that route eventually. I guess I was kind of thinking of something like that already. It's almost like there's like a function called burn, right? And whenever there's a particle of fire, it's trying to do that to everything it touches. I think I was kind of thinking in that direction already. I just haven't really got to implementing it yet because my fire is still very much in its prototype stage. You can get set on fire by standing in front of the campfire too long if you stand right next to it. And you can use fire to burn the fungus, and that's it. There's not really much... there's not much sort of interactivity there yet. More gold jars is done. More keys. What even is fire? How do you spell fortuitous? Because I don't want to just call it a lucky keyring. Did I spell that right? A fortuitous charm. Find more keys in pots. Spirit. Relic. More keys. True, false. False, 0. Gonna make that one more expensive because I feel like keys are sort of the master balancing variable for how long you get to spend on a run, so they are actually quite overpowered in this game. You're seeing way too many of them when I test play at the moment, but that's because I'm cheating. Slow fungus. That one will be cheap. It won't have a very big effect. Preserved mini beast. It's like a little bug with the cordyceps mushroom in it, I think. Red room fungus. Red room. I'm not even going to call it fungus in the flavor text. Spread less aggressively. So this is all the text that will appear in the book eventually. But I don't have any code for that book. And I think it's going to be quite tedious, so I'm not going to do that on the stream because so much UI work is just changing a pixel by 2 pixels and then running and test checking and running and checking and running and checking, and I don't think that's very exciting. So we're going to make that one really cheap. It'll be 25. And we've only got the trowel left. Gardeners. I call it something verdant. Verdant poker. What would someone from the future who was also spoke like a medieval person, what would they call a gardening implement? Yeah, implement is good. Let's just go with implement. Find more vegetables and mushrooms. Calling it a dagger is quite funny. Check that I implemented the slow fungus. Yes. So when we create one of these yucky blocks, it slows down the respawn rate if you've got that relic. So now we have all the relics back in using the new struct system. What we don't have is any way to find out anything about them. They just do what they do and you get no information about it. Which is the sort of thing that I would normally complain at people about. But that's why this won't be a proper playtesting alpha for a couple of months. And before, I mean, there's a version of it on itch. It exists. But I won't be like pushing people to it and going, hey, please go and playtest my game until I've got all of this stuff in place that teaches you how to play it. And by that, I don't even mean a tutorial. I just mean all like the helper stuff in the game. I don't have any keys to get in here because those objects don't exist anymore as well. So maybe I need to fix my dungeon or just take it out of the rotation. Yes, the type of task unknown, the type of task that just like, it's a pain to do, but you just know it's going to make your life quicker, and it's really where engineering overlaps with game design, because you do the re-engineering, you do the refactoring, and then you can design quicker and you can change the design quicker because of that. I made the hives with this little hole in the ceiling so you can go boop and get rid of the egg. We can test if the coin magnet is working. Is it working? It's slightly working. Not very well. I got an emerald. That was funny. I thought I'd eliminated most of the instances when a thing would just sort of blow itself up when you open a room, but I haven't quite got there yet. Right, we've got the dirt puncher. Okay. Line 4 in the player strike box. We're going to find what silly little problem I've done here. Oh, Gobble. That's why it wasn't color coding properly, because I put Gobble. You know Gobble variables. The coin magnet's not very strong, so do a tweaky on that now. I don't know how far 150 is, but I noticed as well I was getting more keys than I should do. Maybe that wasn't implemented properly. Or maybe it's just... Okay. Yeah, I think keys just need to be way rarer. So there is a chance to get 2 keys if this triggers... Oh no, there's not. Oh, okay. I see what I've... It pushes one of... If it's a gilded jar, if it's a golden jar, you get a key or a relic. And has a 1 in 4 chance of being a relic and a 3 in 4 chance of being a key. Then if you have the more keys relic as well, you get a chance to get an additional key as well as the key or relic that you've just got. That should still be reasonably rare. So I'm gonna go up for like 1 in 8. Then if you have the more keys relic and you break a regular jar, you have a... I'm going to put that to 1 in 8 as well, and then this can go up to like 1 in 16. Okay. So I'll do some like tuning on the relics now and just make sure they do roughly what they're supposed to do so I don't have to come back to them for a while. I feel like if I can kind of shut the door on a particular feature or an area of content for a little while after I've worked on it, then I don't have to like relearn where everything is constantly. So that's kind of my thinking there. I'm just going to play a couple of runs now, I think, and just see where we end up. So we've got the coin magnet, which allows me to test the functionality of the coin magnet. Are these going to get unstuck? I'll leave them for now. That's an annoying ongoing bug, but I can't really do anything about it. Coin magnet feels pretty coin magnety. get the get the ruby coins from building red rooms now. So for every red room I draft, every jar is going to have 2 ruby coins in it now, which are worth 5, I think, or 10, 5. But they don't obey the coin magnet, which is fine, because they're a different material, and I kind of like the idea that you still have to jump to them, because it means if they go somewhere awkward, you get a little mini game of going and finding them and picking them up. So I don't want to automate out all of the platforming. You hear the music gets scary when you build more red rooms. So at some point soon, I need to do a pass on the red rooms to make them more dangerous, because the poison's not really triggering. The enemies aren't very smart. They get stuck in walls quite easily. That's kind of how I approach this. Once I've got everything stable and like the basic features working again, I'll just play it a bunch of times and go, oh, the green rooms need to be more beneficial, or the red rooms need to be more dangerous, and then I'll just work on a few prototype features to achieve that change. At the moment, the red rooms just do not pose enough danger. I don't want it to be massively lethal, but they should stop you getting back to the entrance in some way, or at least provide some sort of risk. And eventually, I'm planning on putting traps in these grey rooms as well, just like arrow traps and stuff like that, that are reasonably easy to avoid if you just pay attention to them. But the distinction should be that red rooms is stuff that actually comes after you, and grey rooms are just like abandoned old dungeons where there's dangerous stuff in, but if you look where you're going, it won't get you, kind of thing. That's the distinction between the grey rooms and the red rooms in my mind. The red rooms are like actively dangerous, you know. Hi, LeCake. How are you getting on with Silksong? I've still never really played Hollow Knight properly. I kept starting it and then stopping as soon as I hit a hard point. Okay, we've run out of keys. Got a nice little procedural music thing that the drums stop when you run out of keys, which... not the sort of thing that most people would notice, but I think subconsciously it does tell you it's home time. Can't take my soup with me yet. So what I want is to be able to take the soup back, throw it at him, and then if I've made something that he hasn't had yet, then he gives me a heart container, and that's how I level up my health. Yay, market. Okay. I'm gonna have all of your stuff for free. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I can't get through that way. I shall go around. Build a kitchen, and I'll make some soup, and then I'm going to take it to the market. Because, yeah, this is a game with scary eyeless monsters and Cronenbergian dungeons of writhing flesh, but I can also sell a soup to a gnome. Why not? The duality of man. If I do that, maybe I can build up from here and I can get that purse that's up there, which is probably my favourite relic, actually. So something about upgrading your treasure that feels pretty good. I don't think the coin magnet feels good right yet, because it's the coins sort of come towards you and then they get stuck on you a bit. So I think I need to work on that, but not enough to warrant giving it loads of its own time right now, I don't think. So I'll just put that in my Trello at some point. Have another soup. He'll give me less coins than he did for the last one, because he doesn't like getting the same thing twice. But, that's fine. Sorry about the repetitive music. So, I've built it in layers where as you build green rooms, the, like, happy melody comes in. The drum track's in there from the beginning, and it only cuts out when you spend your last key. And then this happy melody comes in when you build green rooms, and this really scary Silent Hill type sound comes in when you build red rooms. And I don't know if I'm going to keep that, because I've got some potential musicians lined up for this. And I think the intention is to get, like, loads of dungeon synth made by different people. And that might mean that we can't do procedural music, but maybe there's a world where I do both. Like, I have this as the intro, and then after a minute it fades out and it picks one of the other tracks based on, you know, what you've built so far and everything. I don't know. And then the drums have come back because I picked up a key. I got another go ball. Another go ball crash. So the thing with Dungeon Synth is that the mix is really dirty. Like, the instruments usually don't stand out very clearly, and it's all... One of the people I'm talking to about it actually makes all of his on analog instruments. So he'll buy synthesizers and circuit bend them and stuff like that. And he told me it's basically his way of getting away from the computer, which I totally understand. Like, I've got guitar and then I've got lots of analog pedals and I've got a loop pedal and stuff, and it's very fun to be able to make music that way, not in front of a computer when you work on a computer all day. So that's cool. Have I got any other go balls that I missed out? So let's have. I'm gonna put some dungeon synth on while we dev, even if. I'm gonna go and set the BGM volume to 0, and I'll put some dungeon synth on for the last bit of the stream. I think one of these people. This one was recommended to me in our Discord because the producer is one of our Discord members. One of our Discord members' brothers, I think. Let's have some lurid orb. So what I'm going to do now, because I want to just keep playtesting the game a little bit and just tweaking things, I'm going to go into the... Where is it that I set up which rooms we start with? Are they in here? No, it's not. I have a room drafting folder here. And it has... No, it's not even in there. It's in this init folder. Init rooms. There we go. So I've got this bunch of rooms that I haven't had shuffled into the deck for a while. So I'm gonna try and make sure that these work now. So we've got the auto market where you can sell items and it's like automated and it doesn't run out. Because earlier on in the game you've got the gnome, but you can only sell him 3 things and then he goes away. The auto market will be like the sci-fi upgrade of that. The Arboretum doesn't really do anything, so I won't shovel that in. Repeat. 2. Then I can go through these like rooms that I haven't had in for a while and just check that the stuff in them works, or at least doesn't crash. I think the chasm will crash. I think our goats will be broken after the last round of changes. I have a bit of a weird exception with this. I have a security card, I think it's called. And the key card. We need to change this. So we have a key card relic, which is like a special instance of relic that you can't collect normally. You have to get it from the security room, and then it allows you to do little shortcuts and stuff. So what I now need to do is I need to make sure that oh, maybe not, actually. I just need to make sure that's handled properly, really. So the key card is going to be a special type of relic, and what that means is we'll just have it set to not unlocked, so it can't spawn like the other relics. It can only spawn where I put it in the security room. Rasputin, how to get into designing, level design, economy, etc. I mean, I've definitely worked at places where we had junior designers that didn't have like technical hands-on experience before they did it, so they must be coming from somewhere. My advice for level design would be to find something you can do that in that doesn't require you to make a game. UEFN is pretty good. That is like the Unreal Engine thing for making Fortnite maps. That is a very, very cool way to learn level design. Also game design, because you can basically make different game modes in it. So when I think back to when I got started, I did a lot of my learning in game engine, in level editors for things like Half-Life and Warcraft and stuff like that, and that was a way into game design and level design that was dominant in the late 90s, early 2000s. I would say something like Fortnite is the closest thing that we have to that at the moment, in terms of it being like actually active and having lots of people in it. Harder to get into the economy side of things, but if you use a tool like that, you can kind of be doing it all at once. Like in Fortnite, people make tycoon maps where you like run around and spend resources to build things and stuff like that. So, I mean, the other thing is using a game engine, but finding templates where there's lots of stuff in place and all you have to do is add the content yourself, you know? So like a clicker template where you don't really need to know how to program, you just need to know how to manipulate the existing template a bit. That kind of stuff can be a good way to learn and practice those things. Okay, that should handle the keycard and at least stop it crashing when we spawn a keycard, I think. Blue rooms! It's because we've got keycard like that in camel case. There we go. We got the old auto market. So if I have the keycard and I jump up here, that door will go away. It'll go bloop. Yeah, unfortunately, like the thing with level design is it is the blockouts, right? But if you want to do it to get a job, then people... Basically, if you're a hiring manager at a company, you usually want someone who can do more than they're supposed to be doing on the job description. And that's not just true in games, that's true everywhere. So people will... It depends in which country you're in, but where I am, when you put out a job description and then you interview people, you are only really allowed to test the stuff that's in the job description. That's like the employment rules most places. But if someone comes in and they've got bonus stuff, they're still probably going to get picked, right? So if someone comes in and they're supposed to just be doing like hardcore level design stuff, but they are also an environmental artist, then they're going to end up getting picked as well. So you can go down the route of like learning level design without the art side, which is totally fine. But then you sort of probably need to be doing game design as well. So, you know, I got my first job through a portfolio that had a bunch of board games and stuff like that in it. So I mean, doing economic board games could be a way to show that you can think about game economies and stuff. I've been very lucky here. I'm locked out of the security room, but I've got this drop through right next to the start thing, so I can just boink down that way. Goat! Goat immediately jumps down the thing and dies. Stupid goat. There's some weird stuff going on there. So the deal with the blue rooms is you don't get them until very late in the game. So what I've kind of tried to make is like a horizontal slice of content that goes all the way through the game. But the blue rooms will be a thing that takes a long time to unlock. So you're doing lots and lots of runs before you even see a blue room. And then after you've got them, they can do really cool stuff, but then you need to combine them in particular ways. So you need the security key to be able to get through them in a particular way. Justice for Gertrude the goat. I will steal all of your wares. I like this, that this looks like a sort of crashed spaceship that's upside down. I might keep that as a sort of lore thing. I don't know. I like the idea of the things freezing and floating around when they fall out of the level, but I also like the kind of sense of vertigo of it being a horrible pit that goes down forever. This music is very fitting for like what I imagine a late game run music to have. When you've got all the futuristic stuff. So if I build a security, it has a security door right in my face that I can't get into. But... oh, I was going to say I think I can run along there and jump in the roof, but I can't because this soil is up here. I have to quit. Build the high-rise. It's just a really big tower. And there's a relic up there, but you need the security key to get up there, or you need to build up to it. I don't really know a great deal about VFX. It's always just been a case of, like, learn what the engine you're using does and do it. Okay. So the goat has crashed the game because it's looking for goat food. And I think actually the way I was handling that wasn't good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to change this because I don't want to have to tell every item whether it's goat food. I want the goat object to have that information rather than the object. So I will try and fix that now, I think. So I'm going to make an array, I think. Let me just check how I need to do this because I'm getting very confused between how arrays work and how you define structs and stuff like that. So Okay, yeah, it would be like this. So I would do goat food, and then I just list the type of objects that would be in that array. It's just like that. Are we checking the sprite? I guess we are, really. We're checking what sprite it has. That's going to be the easiest way to do this. Sprite toadstool. Sprite fruit. And then when he tries to find some food, we check if it has this sprite, and then it's determined to be goat food. Yeah, the progress is progressing, but slowly. So we're going to check if and then alarm to... Oh, have I put that in there? That's not where it goes. You silly. Right, when I create the goat, I create the goat food array. What a wonderful array of goat food you have here. And then... Right, okay. Alarm 2 is the alarm that goes off when the goat has decided that it can munch, which is why we have this variable can munch equals true. And then we find if there's an item touching, and then we set it as something called mouth item. And then we should check if the mouth item is in the... if it has a sprite in the array. So we would go... If array contains... If the goat food array contains the sprite index of mouth item... So we will say yeah, we can... I don't need to do anything else with this. I can just put it into the second condition. So if the goat is near a jar, it will smash the jar, which just gives a secondary use for goats, because you can throw them in a room full of jars and they'll break them all for you. And then we'll change this to say if the goat food array has the sprite of the thing in it. Or maybe I can just leave that as a if array contains. Okay. That should fix the crash we just saw. The buffet array. Yeah, exactly. Go in here first. While we've got free relics, I might as well make the most of it. Hello, old man. Would you like a carrot? Right. Don't fall down. Immediately. Immediately. Luckily, I put this pasture room in just to make it easier to keep hold of goats, because they're... Oh, they're very slippery now, because they're kind of following the physics system that my pal put in when I asked him to help me with the physics. They look more like they're bounding and galloping now. That's quite nice. But what I will need to do now is check that distance before they run, because they have no sense of when there's a cliff to fall down. Or maybe I just need to try and take them somewhere safe, and that's the mini game that you get with a goat, is you need to rescue them immediately. It always comes back to the goats. Are you going to eat some stuff, please? Can you even eat? Have I broken your eating code? Okay, so we've lost some goat functionality, I think, is what's happening here. I suspect... So the alarm that moves them around is doing stuff. I think. Maybe I needed to put an equals true here. I don't know. I do have to bring back the lair monster mouth thingy. Yeah, you're totally right. I will. Don't worry. I will be doing a pass at some point to make the red room scarier, and there totally needs to be one of those. Just a big mouth on the wall. I mean, maybe it's in the background of the room. That would be really creepy. And it looks like a big human mouth, and you throw things into it. It's, it doesn't even look like a monster mouth. You know, like Ricardio the Heart from Adventure Time. Just that kind of level of creepiness. The room could just be called More. You know, like MAW. It's just a room with one of those in. Got a bug there. Small bug. Please the human mouth, yeah. We want some of this game to be disturbing. That's the whole point. And then if you don't want to see the disturbing stuff, you need to do the deck building properly and not build those rooms. They're optional. Don't do it to yourself. Go up here. Go in the security room. Got the key card. Yeah. So the key card from security sort of behaves like a relic in terms of your inventory and stuff, but you can only get it by building the security room. And then it gives you all these shortcuts in the other blue rooms. Look, we can't. All we can do is define what is possible to do with Gertrude. We can't be held responsible for what the players actually do. Morality is meaningless if you don't give people the option to do the wrong thing. And what thing could be wronger? Got stuck a little bit there. The drop through platforms have like been hard work on this. Like I haven't even done. I did them initially. I got someone else to fix them. We've had a couple of rounds of bug fixes on them, but they're still a little bit buggy. And then this would be the ultimate upgrade, is being able to build your own portal, so you don't have to go back to the beginning of the level. That's a late game feature. Because normally, a lot of the difficulty of the game is going to stem from having to backtrack through the level and not get stuck. But the being able to build your own portal just sort of breaks the game, but that's fine. That would be like a very, very late game thing. And also, you wouldn't have anywhere as near as many keys, so... Let's go to the... init player resources. Let's start off with what I think the game would actually start off with. So 5 keys... No bonus life. Make the fungus a bit faster. So 5 keys and 3 hearts. Not that there's much that hurts you in the game at the moment. The poison clouds particularly don't seem to be working, but I will look into that another time because it's going to take some unpacking probably. I changed the whole speed of the game from 30 frames per second to 60, and now it's been like... There's lots of speed related things that still need tweaking after doing that. I know. This is spooky sound. Right, we'll start off with the pasture, because that lets me work out stuff with the goats. And then I'm going to make it so that the other ones have a random chance. So that I do see those late game blue rooms, but not very often. And that lets me see those rooms when I'm playing and debug the game a little bit. But mostly play the game as it's intended at the start of the game. So I have this room type called Void that is just like an empty block of room with a gap underneath it. And that's what your deck ends up being when you use up all the cards. And I want to have a way to shuffle these into the deck as well. And yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, but maybe some sort of ghost wraith type thing, and if it flies around, it has a certain amount of life, and if it manages to touch you before it dissipates, then you get voids shuffled into your deck, and it makes the game a bit harder. I think that could be cool. A nice way of, again, bridging the deck builder and the platformer a bit. I think those are always the most fertile places to dig if you're making a game that is a genre mashup, is just always trying to think of how you close the loop between the two things. Why don't you eat a carrot? Yay, why don't you eat another carrot? Someone in the Discord suggested having a relic that makes them require less food to make milk as well, which is quite a cute idea. I like that idea. Diet pill for goats. That's awful. Don't give the goats a diet pill. So yeah, I've already run out of keys, so that is how big my dungeon will get at the start of the game until I've collected some gold, bought some new rooms, or however that works. Not sure how that works yet. But there will be some kind of economical loop where collecting the coins will unlock other stuff. More starting keys or... Flying goat! The only thing that really carries over at the moment is gold that you've saved in the piggy bank, and you can't do anything with it. Okay, I'm going to put carrot in the soup. I'm going to... Sorry, punch the goat. Put the goat in the soup. Oh, I can't put the goat in the soup. Huh. I think instead of treating a dead animal as a whole meat object, I should have them have a piece of meat fly out or something. Like a steak looking thing. I don't know. Set fire to myself because I felt so guilty about what I did to that goat. Yeah, I like the idea of lair monster. I think maybe when you open a lair, which I have here, the lair monster could be like in this corner obscuring the door. So it's like a kind of diagonal block like this with big teeth. And basically you can't get to the door to open the door unless you feed it something. That would be neat. And maybe occasionally the bat will just fly into it and open it for you. Ha. I might try and make that now. Let's do that as a... I haven't really done much creative stuff in this stream. We've just been sort of iterating through and refactoring things more than anything. So let's do it. So I need this creature to have collision. The only problem I might have here is that I've never done object collision with blocks that are bigger than the standard size. So I need to kind of test that. So what I'll do is I'll make object solid underscore mouth monster. And then I'll make a placeholder sprite for that. And I guess it will go in characters. If it can be called a character, I guess that's what it is. We'll make a sprite in there. Maybe. I just think if I make this be the mouth, then I mean I can always change it later, but if I make this be the mouth, then there's just a very clear problem to solve when you see it. It's like, oh, I can't open that door. I do like the idea of having scary stuff that's like on the back wall of that room, though, of a room generally. So look at him go. Just grabbing the color palette from there. Scribble some blobs on. So that I've got these colors to come back to in a minute. When we need them. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like the idea that all the red rooms are just like parts of this big what would you call it? Mega organism thing. I'm really not good at keeping things in places I can find them on here. It's getting a bit monstrous. So if I go to room underscore and actually this what we're making could appear in any of the monster rooms. It just has a chance to appear in front of the door, and then you have to kind of deal with it there, and it's not, you're not guaranteed to get it in any red room, right? Because then that increases the feeling of risk when you're drafting a red room, is then that you don't know what's going to be in there, right? There might be something bad in there, or there might not. So I think that would be one of the steps I could take to make the red rooms feel a bit more dangerous, which was kind of what I was talking about earlier. They're a bit predictable at the moment. They don't do enough harm to you when you're trying to pass back through them. And some of that is just bugs to do with the poison gas and stuff. The enemy's not being very smart. But I think if it was a little bit more... If they were basically where more of the kind of procedural randomness lived, so when you're drafting green rooms, you know what you're going to get, and then the red rooms are like a bit more of a gamble kind of thing. Did I not make it a... Yeah, I didn't make it a parent of... Child of solid. Child of solid. I think if you open the door from the other side, maybe it just auto dies, but I don't know. Okay. It's got a very strange collision shape there, Mr. Mouth. I think what I would do in terms of the door, I don't want to confuse people by having doors that look different, that do the same thing, because that kind of shape and color you can see there is your guide to go, oh, that's how I spawn a room. But I think maybe it covers the door with something, like it's like got some, its kind of icky back end is all over the door, and you can't access it until you've dealt with that kind of thing. So I'm gonna try and prototype this kind of feature in this red room, and then what we'll do is we'll make it so it has a chance to kind of delete itself, and then we'll put it in a different place in all of the red rooms so that it's got some unpredictability to it. Maybe it needs to eat a couple of things. I'm just gonna look through the drop through. It'll eat a dead monster. It'll eat an alive monster. It doesn't care that it's part of the same little ecosystem. It'll eat it. It'll eat a goat. It'll eat an infected goat. It'll eat a dead goat. It'll eat a dead infected goat. It doesn't care. Cake, I have the sphincter doors in Baldur's Gate 3. Something I found very funny about that game is that when you're first on the Mind Flayer spaceship, which is like the opening of the game, the first doors that you interact with are called sphincter. That's like the first door you interact with in a game, and the little icon for when you hover over it is a little like actual door. I don't know why. I find that really, really funny. It will eat a fruit. It will eat an ice cream. It will eat a stew. Anything. But it has no concept of food quality. So if you give it a really expensive piece of food, you're going to be wasting that food to get through the door. Let's just see what I've got in my consumables folder. No, it likes badly cooked meals. It's the only. It's a big fan of them. It's like got kind of Addams Family vibes. Just the worse something is, it'll eat a bad meal. It'll eat a Scotch egg. It'll eat a smoothie. It'll eat a toadstool. It'll eat a relic. Let's make it do that as well. Any relic, doesn't care. Okay. Now, is it constantly chomping, or does it just have the mouth open? Maybe it should eat keys as well, yeah. That's really annoying. I mean, you can't really carry the keys and throw them in, but it might be funny for them to fall in. Okay, I think the behavior is the mouth is closed, right? But then if it detects any of its food items in a certain radius, it will open. right? And then when the food goes in, it will go "Arr, arr, 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 arr," like that. But then if there's no food nearby, it will be closed, and then that will help to create the sense that it's a barrier. And because having it just open all the time, it's like, well, why can't I just go through that? It looks like a door. So we'll have it closed, and it will open to sort of show you that it's trying to eat what you've got or what you've taken near to it, and then when you throw it in, it will go "Arr, arr." So we've got states, basically. We've got states of closed, open, and chewing. And it will decrease hunger by 1 every time it eats one of these things. And I'll get rid of that. We don't need that. If state equals closed, actually, we're going to try and find instance nearest x, y, I know, actually, array with we're going to go through the foods array and just try and find the nearest instance of each item that's on the list, I guess. But we need to make a function called find food. So this is going to be fun because I'm going to need to go back and remember how to do my functions, which I'm going to be no good at. But that's fine. We've got some motivation now because we're trying to get it to do a cool thing. Okay, I missed something there. That's what I'm looking for, okay. So we're doing an array for each, and then we're doing this function, which I haven't made yet. And then that's what making a function looks like. So making a function called find food. Don't know what to put there. So the foods array just has a list of object types in it. So we should be able to grab those object types and then put them into instance nearest, I think. And I just don't think I need to use name in this. I don't know. So if the distance to the nearest instance of that type of object is less than dist, and I'll make dist into a variable up here so it's quicker to... Then we open the mouth basically. So we would say if that's true, so we create a function called find food. And what the function does, these are the arguments of the function. Do I need to have 2 arguments? Can I just make a function with 1 argument like that? And then if distance to object, if the distance to the target from this from the monster object is less than this variable, then set the monster's object to open, to set its state to open. And then because we've done array for each, this should do it to everything that we put on the list of food types that it's looking for. I don't know if that works. I don't know. If we can just get it to open and close the way that we've just described, then that will be a really great start. And then we'll have a chewing with a countdown as a separate thing, so... I kind of really feel like it should have very human looking teeth. I think that will be really unpleasant in a good way. I want this to be not nice to interact with, you know. Right. I don't know how to do functions. Maybe that's going to do what we want it to do. That would be nice if that happens. Okay. Oh. What happened there? Did I make my array wrong? Maybe it should be making that noise the entire time you approach it. When it's got a closed mouth, you bring food too close to it, it goes. So many keys. This music is a very good fit. Sort of intrepid, but not too scary. Line 7. Why is that not working? That key fly-in animation thing was one of the playtesters kind of made me think that we needed that, because they sort of weren't getting the way that the keys worked and how important the keys were. Ah, dist is not set. Okay, that's the problem, is this dist variable. Okay, so what we're actually... the problem we're having here is this. And it's because it's a local variable here and then it won't find it here, which might be a scoping issue where... Is that because in this array for each, I'm running this within the other object? So this one needs to be other.dist, maybe? Maybe that will do it? I don't know. Scoping, it always goes wrong. Okay, that's still not working. I can just set this to a number for now. It's one of those things you could spend ages working out how to do, or you could just change the way you've done it and see if it works better. Come on. If I'm still making this in a couple of months, I will do some stuff to make the red rooms look a bit more organic, because at the moment they feel... the squareness kind of makes them feel a little bit less disturbing. I need some sort of softer corners. Oh, here we go. What if I take that egg away? Is it going to stop? Is it going to go back to the other mode? So you just... Excuse me. I mean, it should do damage to you if you stand in it, shouldn't it? But at the moment, it has no way of doing that. Okay. Well, the code is not crashing, but it's not doing what we would expect, which is to say that if there's no food nearby, and 80 isn't that far in terms of distance on this, if there's no food nearby, then it should close. Oh no. Tell a lie. So it should be closed at the start of this code, then run this, and then open if the nearest instance of anything on the food list is 80. So we opened it, and then there was no way in that code to close it again, because the only code that closed it was on the create event, so... So I think we might be on the right path. If I take the food away, which is that carrot and that egg. Yep. So it has our sort of... It's looking for food. We bring a food close to it, it opens. And then if we drop the food in... Oh, and now it's registering the bat as a food, so it's going to try and eat that. And then if we were to... throw the food in, then it should have a third state where it's going and like switching between the two or doing a third animation. I think one thing I can do now as well before I get too stuck into this, which I think is going to make our life easier later on. We'll put it on that layer. And then we're going to extend these sprites a little bit, I think, so that they actually go over the stuff around them. So we'll resize the canvas, we'll lock it up there, and then we'll add 24, which will be 50 to 72. And then I move that to there, I think. Maybe even like that. And the reason I'm doing that is then we can have wiggly tentacles coming out. So now I've got that working, I will draw the basic sprite for what it looks like closed before I do too much else. Rather than drawing in hard lines, I will take the darker color and to make it look a bit more rooted in the environment. Maybe we can have some sort of suggestion of there being a kind of throat type thing here. Maybe it goes down like that, and then it kind of looks like a tube going into whatever's here. And it doesn't matter if this is stone or anything. You fish something out of it with a fishing pole. Excellent. I like it. We're all sickos here. I'll blur all of that edge so we don't have any sort of harsh line. Because we really want to kind of play up the kind of Junji Ito, David Cronenberg biological horror stuff with these. It's kind of a classic Nintendo Metroid thing of like how gross can we make something look but still make it almost child friendly because it's not representing anything apart from a relatively abstract monster. Let's give it a bit of texture so it's not too smooth. Okay. I'm just going to take these color swatches over here for a moment so I don't lose them when I'm drawing the rest. I'm trying to keep it to oh, this should be closed, right? Okay. And I guess if we want it to almost work as a trap the first time you see it, then I should make it so that it doesn't animate when it's closed, but when it's open it sort of quivers. Feel like it should have some like stringy goo when it opens its mouth as well. Or maybe we can do some like particle effects type stuff to make it feel a bit gooey and yuck. Worst Kirby ever. I've got the general shape of it. I'm going to just see that in game before I do anything else. And then I will make the open version. And then I will add the like top level shading after I've done that, because it doesn't need to line up so much, but the base stuff needs to look the same, I think. Excuse me, you've gone wrong. Where's all your graphics? No. Didn't fix the positioning after I changed the... Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty. It's covering the door properly now as well. Worst Kirby ever. Did anyone ever play Death Trash? This is starting to get some sort of Death Trash vibes now. So it looks like it's going to be an eye, but it's not an eye, is it? Maybe we could have one that's an eye. Maybe there could be an eye that's sometimes in the top corner of the room, and a mouth that's sometimes in the bottom corner of the room. So far, so Dark Souls. It looks alright. It's kind of squishy. It's giving us some extra squish, which is good, because I want the red rooms to have a lot of squish. And I also want it to be sort of unclear whether you're looking at meat or mushrooms. I sort of want that to be the kind of... Okay. And when we get close to it, it's going to open, which it's probably doing now, but the sprites are identical, so... Maybe I can put more stuff hanging down to cover up that little issue you can see there, but maybe I won't need to when I fix the collision. I kind of feel like there's some shades in here that I would like to get into the main palette of the monster. So I'm going to copy that across. Just doing a little screen grab there. Quite difficult to transfer color references between things here sometimes, so I just doing things a bit of a strange way, but oh, this music is so good, such good music for drawing an eldritch abomination. Chill lo-fi beats to abominate to. It does look more like a closed eye, yeah. I will... maybe there's some shaping stuff that we can do there that's just like a bit more of a lip. That's it. A bit more of a lip. So if you're watching this and thinking this game looks terrible and horrible, you have to bear in mind you will get entire runs where you don't engage with the monster stuff at all. It's just engaging with the monster stuff gives you more risk-reward type thing. Just trying to... it's going to get flipped left to right, but it won't get flipped up and down, so I can just treat the light source roughly like it's overhead. It is Ricardio, yeah, it's totally Ricardio, the talking heart. It's that vibe. So you can sort of just imagine it talking to you with too much of a human voice for something that looks so alien. That would be the... I like the structure of today's stream where it's like, I'm going to do a really boring refactoring thing that I don't want to do, and then sort of do some sicko pixel art as a little reward. That seems like quite a good way to work. I mean, this would be reasonably easy to copy and flip if we wanted to make an eye out of the same set of stuff as well. I think it should have some black shading as well around this stuff, because a lot of the base blocks have that kind of zigzag black shading in, so I probably want to try and copy that a little bit. What I maybe do that on another layer just in case I mess it up, because I don't feel very confident doing that. Who was it in the chat that reminded me of the mouth monster? Because I basically had forgotten about that. I prototyped it, I took it out of the game. Hadn't done anything with it for a while. It was a good idea. Very much kind of sold the idea of the Red Rooms as being this kind of... not just a place with monsters in, but a monstrous place, you know? Yeah, the cake. The cake keeping me honest over here. You said this game would have a disgusting, huge mouth that I could put things into. I'm not gonna buy it now. I only play disgusting mouth games. I'm gonna tell everyone in the disgusting mouth game community that you're a traitor. Going on Reddit now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need an eyeball version, don't we? I'm not going to be able to do it today, but I think once I work out what it is, it's your boy. Munchley the mouth. I don't want to make this too light because it will start to look like skin, and I don't want it to look like skin. I want it to look bare. So maybe we'll have a little bit of a suggestion of some shine up here, but I think keeping it light, keeping it sort of darker is probably a good idea. Let's see if we can get the open-close thing working again. The thing I really like about working in 2D, and part of why I think I'm sort of a little bit wedded to it and find it difficult to imagine myself working in 3D, is this kind of... It's got... I mean, I was going to say it's like puppetry, but I guess doing 3D is like puppetry once you know what you're doing. But, yeah, there's just something about being able to just make 2 frames of something and then give it the illusion of life. Okay, so open should be really open. It's like going, I want the thing. I want the thing you got. So when we're open, we go really open. We go like this. Let's just flick between those. What I actually need to do, I think, is instead of doing that, go back onto that, the sprite that we're using for open, and then duplicate the sprite so I can just flip between them easily up there. That's better. Okay. I think this is going to have to tilt away into the wall a little bit to kind of sell the idea of it flexing. And I think this maybe needs to open all the way down to the bottom as well. It needs to look like, it's like one of those arcade machines that you throw the basketballs into, that kind of vibe. Bless you, eagles. Yep, that's it. And then what I'll do is just wiggle some of these edge pieces so that they stay roughly the same, but let's merge the layers so that they sort of, we get a bit of movement with these, but they're still fundamentally like the same pixels, just in relation to each other. So we just get a bit of a wiggle. Then you get the sense that it's kind of tensing the whole thing in some way when it does that. Just do some little shifts of different bits of it, and then I go around later on and clean up all the jaggies and stuff. We're making nom nommers. Yeah, this new channel is called Let's Make Indie Games Gross Again. That's quite gross. Cool. Okay. It's just what to do with the inside now, because it's like, do we go human teeth? I think human teeth is quite disturbing. We don't want to reveal too much because we want the object to disappear as it goes inside as well, I guess. Human tongue, yeah, like blah, blah, blah. Totally needs a human tongue. Maybe I won't blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'll just put it there. So let's get this darker red and one of them. And then make the tongue have fingers. So many sickos in the chat today. The sicko brigade is out in force. Got some classic British teeth. I'm not going to do any more detail yet. I'm going to just check how that reads in the game before we get too much detail in. Feed me, Seymour. I wants to eat the egg. You can't have your egg. You want the egg? You can't have the egg. You want the egg? You can't have the egg.
That's scary.
Oh. 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 Yeah, we need that sound effect. We need that actual sound effect. I don't think the open state looks as good as it could do. I don't know. He's not interested in that. That's not organic. He only wants organic things. I think the bottom comes out too far. But what I do like is all the twitching around the edge where it's grabbing onto the surface. I quite like that. Oh no, so Cake, it's going to go nom nom after you put the thing in. More yellow teeth. Okay, I will go with the. I will definitely make the teeth more yellow for you, but it's not. It's going to hold its mouth open in anticipation and possibly shake when it's in the open state, and then when you feed it, it will start chomping. So we're not going to. When you go near it, it's going to be like, I want the thing, like that, and yeah, I think what I need to do just to make it. Maybe even push some of this back a bit more when it's flexing open, because having all of that movement is doing quite a lot to sell the idea that it's alive when all of this stuff around the edge wiggles, so that's good. This needs a bit more shading on it because this is supposed to look like it's going back into the wall, but I guess one thing at a time, I guess. That's better. Bit better. Maybe what I can do here, just create a little... Create my own little cross-hatching brush thing. I love being able to make the art straight in the IDE. This makes me very happy. Maybe we need a bit of blending so it looks like you've got like a mixture of the monster and whatever thing it's on blending into each other at this point. I don't know. Tongue wiggle. There we go. I'm going to merge the layers again. And then I'm just going to copy out that shaded bit into the closed version so that they've got a similar thing going on. That's close enough. Doesn't matter if it's exactly close. That's just... it's just to sell the idea that there is somewhere that the food is going. Yeah, I think maybe making the top teeth square like the bottom ones is a good call, actually, because basically the more human this looks, I think the more disturbing it is. There's kind of two directions you can go in. You can make something really animalistic, sort of like the dogs in Stranger Things, or you can make it deliberately look a bit too human for what it is, and I think that's the interesting direction here. And then we'll make the tongue a slightly different shade as well. Let's make it more of a sort of orangey, just so we've got a bit of differentiation between the tongue and the body. Right, we'll do some... Make the shading on the teeth yellow, so anything further back, anything closer to the lip. Light source coming from the top, and then we can also put a little indentation in the teeth in places. I've never played Mario Sunshine, but the eel in Mario 64 was one of my worst video game scary things when I was a kid. Even when I was a teenager, I just hated it. I love to gender the tooth flesh monster. Right, we're gonna do a couple of little couple of frames of animation. Looks kind of like it's panting like a dog. Not bad. Not bad. Let's get a basic movement in first before I go into too much detail. I think that's okay. Tongue's got a little bit of a wiggle. Maybe we'll go for 4. So the tongue can have a bit more of a like kind of catch-up motion with the rest of what's going on. And then if I set it to twice the speed, there's like, we've only got 2 frames of the actual whole thing moving, and that's like a breath, and then the tongue is doing an extra wiggle. Yeah, it looks pretty hungry. I'm going to look at it in the game before I do any more detail, and then I'll do another round of detail, and then we'll try and get it eating something before the end of the stream. And it's all your fault. In years to come, when people are given nightmares by this piece of video game content, they'll look back on everyone who was in this stream, all 32 viewers, and they'll say, it was them. It was their fault. They did this. And my mind will never be clean ever again. No eggy for you. Okay, it's got no animation speed, so... Let me just fix that now. Image speed. I should really look out for the squiggly red lines before I press run, shouldn't I? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a bit too early to do the detail. But then also, I kind of... I sort of justify it a little bit by saying I'm not really an artist and I need to learn how to do these things. It's sort of slightly randomizing the animation speed all the time, which is making it feel more disturbing. I think when we feed it to access the door, it's going to just fade away like you've defeated it. I think if you feed it enough stuff, it's just gonna like dissipate. Because that's the only thing that makes sense from a gameplay point of view is like if I make it open enough to reveal the door, then it may as well have disappeared because it's gonna be kind of oh look, a carrot spawned right next to it and it's like, give me a carrot. No. 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 Yeah, I think it will behave like a kind of monster and get defeated and disappear when you feed it, I think. Because otherwise I can't clear the way for the door to be visible, you know? I need to make sure that the door behaves with it properly as well, so I'm going to do that now before I forget. Right, so... Okay, that should stop us accessing the door when there's one there, because at the moment we hadn't got that in place, so... Okay, so no tooltips for opening the door. We'll sort that collision stuff out later. Although, it sort of just looks like I'm trying to stand on his head. Maybe that's alright, I don't know. But maybe it doesn't need to have a collision now, because it just basically means you can't do anything with the door. And then when the player's standing too close to it, they'll just get, like, bitten and it will go into chomping mode or something like that. Trying to eat you. So I think what I should do is it has a mode called eating, and if a food item touches it, it goes into eating mode, and if you touch it, it goes into eating mode, and if you're touching it when it's in eating mode, it hurts you. And then that covers lots of different situations. It means it can appear to eat us if we walk into it holding the food, and then yeah, I think that kind of covers everything if we do that way. Okay, I'm not going to add any more detail. I'm just going to try and get the chomping working, which may be a case of just switching between the two. Let's have a think. Okay, so... and I can adapt my function from earlier and say if distance to object I'll just copy all that. It's less than 48, then we go into chomping mode. Or state. Chomping. And then we're going to need to use an alarm, I think. I use alarm 5 for this. State equals chomping and sprite index equals spr. So we're just going to use this alarm. Every time it goes off, we'll alternate between the two things. Patooey! Yeah, I would love a patooey. I'll get it working doing the basic stuff, and then that's the sort of thing I might do on an iteration background. I mean, you've seen how long the goat has taken. I took 2 hours making that goat before, and it's still not, Oh, else if... Okay, and then down here we say if the state is chomping, and alarm get 5 is now I think when an alarm is unset it's equal to -1. I'll just do a chomp speed variable up here. Just to make this quicker to mess around with. You're not switching to chomp mode, my friend. What's wrong with you? I'll punch you. The gnome is not tossable yet. He is just a sprite in a fixed in a wall, but maybe. Ah, okay, this is overwriting this. Okay. There needed to be an else up there. I'm just going to do it all in the same piece of code and get rid of this alarms thing. Okay. Just keep it all in one place, I guess. Oh, I've got chopping there. Should say chomping. Chopin. Red caps. Yeah, that's what they're like in D&D, isn't it? They're scary in D&D. Murder you. Check that it's actually going into chomping properly. So if I do this, it should just like strobe between the two versions. Check it's actually getting into that state. Yes, okay. What's going on over here? That kind of makes me want to make a hummingbird or something that I can deliberately use that animation speed on. Okay, chomp time needs to just be set in the create event. That's what I'm doing wrong. Chomp time. Yeah, it was going really, really fast. It's like one frame of code per thing. It was doing the chompy then. It was alternating. I don't know what was happening really. So that's what the chomp looks like. It's too slow, but it is in chomp mode there. So if I take the food away, there's something still there. So we start closed. If it's very close, we go to chomping, and if... Okay, it might just be that these numbers were too close together. And then chomp speed, we will make it half of that. Huh. That was a weird bug. Sometimes I need to basically make it so the player can't build one room while another is building because it gets confused. Ah, okay. Less than and equal to 0 there. That's what it needs to do. Because the chomp time is counting down as soon as the thing appears. And I was waiting for it to be exactly 0. And it's not going to ever be exactly 0 because by the time you've got some food to it, it's already minus 100 or something. There we go. I think we got it now. Right, so I'll take that way. You don't do that anymore. I'll take it closer. You do that. I'll walk into you with it. You go, Maybe we need a different closed mouth sprite for that. Or maybe I just make it more frantic. And then when the mouth closes in chompy mode, we can do the same array check we did to find its nearby foods. And we can destroy the objects. We can go hunger -1, instance destroy. Do 12 on the distance this time, so that means that if there's loads of different food items nearby, it can still just like eat them all at the same time. Yeah, closed with teeth visible makes sense actually. I will make that sprite. I think you're right. I think it needs it. Ah. Okay. The instance destroy target. Self.hunger -=1. That was goofy. And then... Okay, so we want a version of closed, but we'll call this chomp. Then we want to get our teeth colors from here. Easiest way to do it. Otherwise I have to carry across hex references, which is very long-winded. And then I think what we want to do is we want to grab this lip, put it down here, move that lip up there, and then we can get a good toothy chomp, but it will still sort of look a bit like the normal mouth closed one. And this will be our time to make it look really disturbingly human. What happens if you throw an axe in it? That's a good shout. Yeah, that should be the way you slay it, right? Canine overlap there. No, that's incisors. So if that's 4 incisors, and then you'd have a canine here, which is a smaller, sharper one. And then you start getting molars, but we're going to hide most of them. So we'll just do one big flat molar there. I think that's pretty decent as a start. And then just run the lip edge round with that. Not getting too bogged down with cleanliness until I've seen it working, and then details later. I think having the axe should just kill it. I think that would be good. I'm a big fan of just like one bang interactions in this, where it's like, if you know what to do and you do it right, because remember, you've already, it might seem like kind of cheap to one-shot it with an axe. But you've got to get an axe from the right room first. Then you've got to throw it at the right angle. There's quite a lot of like risk involved in all of that kind of stuff. You could totally have a creature this big killed with the axe in one go. Yeah, the teeth. The teeth are good. We like the teeth, and then we'll just again, the light is coming from above. Some of this isn't going to be hit because of the lip, so we're going to just light the front one. And if we can have a couple where we've got this kind of almost lined effect on, that will sell the idea of dirty teeth a little bit more, which I know all about because I am British. I've never had a filling actually, but my teeth are quite yellow because I used to smoke. I stopped, but alas, it was too late. Yeah, boy. And then we go back into the code and set the animation right. So this is going to be chomp instead of closed. And then we can slightly vary the we'll slightly vary the chomp time each time, which will make it feel a little bit more organic and alive, maybe. Maybe. What is giving me a little error here? Ah, we're missing one little bracket. Un petit braquet. I like the idea that you'd have a gold tooth, but I think if it's something that appears multiple times, that would be giving it too much personality. But maybe it can only spawn once in a level. Maybe when it's got the gold tooth, it's like, it gives you loads of coins when you squish it. G'day, Smitner. We've made the worst thing. We've made the worst thing ever. There it is. That was today's edition. The gold tooth relic. Maybe there's a dentist drill and you can like carry it in and be like, hey. It's not chomping. You're not chomping there, mate. It's just switching to the... I think I messed something up. Right. Ah. Nothing happens if you jump in the mouth yet. It's gonna kill you, basically, but... I feel like it should be an instant death. I feel like anyone who jumps into that just... If you see that in a video game and you jump into it, I think you just deserve to die. So I think it should just... Chomping. If it's chomping and the mouth is open, then go to... I think I've just formatted this if... And... Is that right? I'm just formatting my conditionals wrong. Kids these days always formatting their conditionals wrong. Hang on. This is already chomping. We don't need all of this if chomping here. There we go. I think I've got time to do the sounds. That kind of thing. And then pitch down. Okay. Because it destroyed the food object. He didn't munch for very long. So we need a sort of a little delay after. We need like a chew time. If chew time is greater than 0, then we're going to be chomping. And when he's chomping, we're going to add to his chew time. Whenever he finds an object to eat, we add on probably like a couple of seconds to chew time, I guess. We need to make sure we initialize chew time. Now he won't stop. Because I don't do anything to bring it down. Of course. I'm going to need to put myself a chomp time is is the time between bites. Chew time is the bonus time spent chomping after destroying each food item. And then I'll do if hunger is less than or equal to 0, destroy self. And this isn't ideal, this isn't what we really want, but we can at least test the, you know, as a piece of our level puzzle. If we're supposed to feed him a couple of times and then that makes it go away and we can access the door, then we need to just put that functionality in, and later on it can have something nicer, like he sort of goes and fades and sinks into the ground or something like that, but we don't need that yet. You ate that a bit quickly. What's wrong with you? Make the hunger a lot higher. 8 to 12 or something like that. And then... so... okay. So chew time should only go down if we're chomping. These variable names are getting very silly, but... calm down, Mouthy. I think I'm complicating some stuff here, but I don't know. The hunger is definitely going down because the hunger is triggering the thing, so the chew time should be going up when it eats something as well, but that doesn't seem to be doing it. Not chewing. I mean, if having a door behind it is a problem, we can always position them so they're in the middle of the room rather than actually over doors. Maybe chew time only goes down here. Is that what I need to do? I don't know. I can't really work out what's going wrong with this now. Just not doing his chew. Yeah, so the reason why he suddenly stops chomping is because when the food actually goes in his mouth, then he can't detect any food anymore because he's destroyed it. And I do want him to destroy it, so I'm trying to add this time buffer on where there's like an extra bit of chew time after he's eaten something. But yeah, letting the object get destroyed like straight away as soon as it does the probably makes sense, because after that point it's sort of like mush in his mouth and he's chomping it up and stuff. Oh, I think it's working now. Yep, that's destroying the object and then munching it. Good. But the thing about this now is chew time. That's how many bites now in terms of what's going on here. So that will go like after each extra thing you add in. Okay, so if there's something within the range where he could eat it, but he's already chewing something, then he needs to know that and not try and carry on opening his mouth. So if the distance to the object is okay, and chew time is less than or equal to 0. So if he's not chewing, then he'll do this stuff. You can see how complex it gets, even though just something with 3 states that are supposed to behave like something in the real world. I know a horrible mouth creature is not a thing in the real world, but the idea of a character eating something is a thing in the real world. 3 states. But they're slightly different from each other. You can get complicated quite quickly. Why did you do that? Let me in. Let me in, you stupid mouth. Oh, you got a carrot behind you, have you? You're hungry and you got a carrot behind you? It doesn't see us as... No, it doesn't see us as food yet. There will be a behavior where it can hurt us, but it doesn't yet. Yeah, maybe. Right, let's align these then. Let's align the distances to objects. Okay, so he's got his kind of panting, wanting the food, and then you take the food really close. Then he does Do I just need to up this number? Is that what was happening there? Did it just happen really fast? Kind of getting tired now, which is meaning I'm not very kind of disciplined at looking at what I'm doing when I check. So, yep, that's it. So he does a certain amount of bytes. Let's get some terrible sounds in here. Let's just get it done. End of the session. This will be the last thing. I'm going to show you the professional way to make sounds, which is like this. This is how the pros do it. This is how the pros do it. Audio settings, recording. That's on loopback. I don't want it on loopback. I want it on that one. Yeah, we'll worry about all the edge cases with that later on, but let's just get the horrible sound in. He will chew for longer if you give him lots of food for in one go, yeah. But again, just getting the proof of concept in there, and then I will catch stuff like that as we go. Huh? Oh. Huh? Oh. Mm-hmm. Very good. That'll do for me. And we just need to make it sound like a monster. That's the good stuff right there. That's how you do it. At the moment, I'm just trying to do a sound that I know I can quickly correlate to what already happens in the code. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Let me just quickly put a reverb on that so it sounds a bit boomy. Yep, this is how you do it. So can I export the selection? Current selection, that's what I'm doing. And then what I'll do, because this is the quickest way to find things, is just save it directly onto my desktop. So sound mouth monster approach. That's what that's called. And sound mouth monster disappoint. Is that spelled like that, or is it one S, two P's? Yeah, that looks better. Current selection. And then these ones, we want different samples and then picking a random one each time it munches. So munch 1. Munch 3. Sounds like Bean, the Instagram dog that says nom nom. Just gonna... Yep, those are ready to go in. It should take 10 minutes, I reckon. And then I can go and have some food. And make that sound. Hang on, I think if I just drop them in from the desktop, it will actually create sound objects with those, or sound assets with those names. I can't remember how it works. Yes! Good, okay. So, we go back to our mouth monster. There he is. And then just look for places to put the sound in. So, oh, I also need to do the distance from player stuff that I do elsewhere. So let me just sund dust. That's what I call it. Dust sund, is that it? Okay. This is just something I run to check if something is far away enough that we shouldn't hear it, and then this becomes like a modifier on the volume of any sounds we play. So if it's closed, do the closed. If it's open, do the open. Okay. So whenever we change to the chomp sprite, we're going to choose a sound to play. I need the helper arguments down here, or I can't remember what's in here. 99 doesn't loop. Gain is going to be 1 times dust sound times global dot vol sound effects. That's it. And then the other ones we leave blank. Okay, and then we're going to choose between one of the set of sounds we just made. And actually I'll do... just do this here so I can see what I'm doing easier, because it's just going to get really messy otherwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we do a choose function, which is going to give us a random one of those. And then that should be times by the variable that sets the volume of the sound effects, and the one that is based on how far away you are. So if we're going into the open state and we're previously in the closed state, then we're going to play the approach sound. And then what I would probably have to do to make this of a decent quality would be to make it so that there's like a timer, so that you can't just do a frame back and forth between the closed and open sound and let you keep playing. But that's something that's like polish. So if it goes into the open state and it's already in the closed state, it will play that sound effect. And then if we are in the open state and we go into the closed state, which I don't know So here, when we set the sprite to closed, if the current sprite is open, then we can see that as a transition frame. So if we're going from an open mouth sprite to a closed sprite, then we'll do the disappoint sound there. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. Let's check it out. Let's check out the legit Game of the Year audio voiceover award to me. Oh. What are you saying? I didn't set my dist sound. Thought I did. Where's it gone? It's right there. What are you saying? Oh, self.dist sound. That's a bit confusing. Fiddly functions. Fiddly functions. Line 17. Okay, it is that one. I mean, it's being set right there. Why can you not get it? Okay, I know what to do. Put it in here. Make it local to the function. You've heard of scope creep, but have you heard of creepy scope? Maybe it shouldn't do that. Maybe that's the thing it shouldn't do. Right, so The approach needs to be a lot quieter, I think. I'm just not really doing this check and trigger in the right place, so that's fine. It kind of works. Let's speed up the chew, make the chew time last a bit longer, I think. I'm gonna come back and sort of refine this later on, I think, because I've definitely got to the point where I'm too tired. But I think we achieved quite a lot. We got all of the relics working back as they were in the old system, which I was dreading doing because I don't know, I just thought it was going to be harder than it was, and it wasn't. It was just busy work. And then we got to make a new scary thing as a sort of nice thing after that. That's my idea of doing a nice thing, is drawing the most horrible thing imaginable. But yeah, I'll fix that later on. It's kind of... I know what I need to do. I need to make a check on what the state was in the last frame before I set it this frame. And then at the end, I compare what it's gone from to what it's gone to, and then I trigger a sound effect based on that. But it's just long-winded, and I can't be bothered to write it right now. So that is something I can do later on. Oh, look, we've got 2 now. Yeah. Yeah, the sound is triggering too many times, basically. It's just the entire time that... actually, just so we can hear it properly, I'm going to take the approach sound out. I can tell how to fix this. I just need to do a sort of... what would you call it? Like a diff between the current frame and the last frame. Still never played Carrion. I think the edges of it, where it sort of seeps into the stuff around, still need to be a bit blurrier. It sort of still looks like a kind of... like it's sitting on top of the stuff in the environment a bit too much, I think. I do like the look of Carrion. I don't want to be that thing, though. I just want to be scared by it. I'm not sure I want to make variations of the same thing, but I do like the idea of like a dangerous, risky way of getting a key. Like a key that is hanging on a tentacle from the ceiling, like one of those grabber things from Half-Life that picks you up. That would be cool. I can see that working. But I also want everything in this game to be like, once you see a thing and you know how it works, it kind of consistently works that way, you know? So you're learning... It's like a classic tile-based roguelike, where it's all about just learning the simple set of things that a thing does and doesn't do. So I wouldn't want to make another thing that looks too much like the mouth thing. The mouth thing needs to like have its own rules of how it works, and then... But yeah, I do like the idea of like red rooms occasionally having a way to get a key that is dangerous in some way, or... It's trying to eat the birdie above it. Look, watch. Punch it. That's good. Oh no, there's another one. The disappoint sound when you take the food away is also playing when it's finished eating, which is kind of funny because it just sort of sounds like a satisfied sigh when it plays. Then it's like, oh, my food is finished. It probably is a knowledge-based game. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing that they were called, but I do like the idea of making a game that you really... I mean, it's got a lot of stuff you unlock, so it's got meta progression that you wouldn't have in a traditional roguelite, because it's kind of a deck builder as well. But yeah, it is about like learning the systems and then knowing what you're supposed to do in them. That guy, when he eats a fruit, it seems to destroy all of the fruit across the level. And I think it's because I'm not saving the one he's currently eating into like an instance variable. So when it tells it to destroy the object that he's just eaten, it just destroys all objects of that kind, which is fun. It's just so greedy. You can eat stuff that's on the other side of the level. That can't be right. Okay, so we actually will go... Instance destroy, yeah. We want to destroy an instance. Don't want to destroy all instances of the object that he just ate. He's not telekinetic. Can't eat a piece of fruit that exists on the other side of the planet. What do you think this is? Just checking my calendar that I have... No, today was totally reserved for this stream, so I haven't accidentally run over and into something else I need to do, which is good. Thank you all for joining today. Would you like a goat? What we really need is to sort of set a different particle for each thing he eats and then have it all kind of fly out of his mouth when he's chewing. But that's probably more disgusting than we need right now. I don't know. Right, let me check this last bug was fixed. Yep, okay. He's only eating one berry at a time now. I mean, for a game that has so much food in it, it does make sense to make more food interaction. So if we can have an interaction with something that can either eat us or food, it kind of sort of makes sense as a thing to be in the game. The goat should totally make a sound when it gets eaten. You know what I can also do is when the bats do their chomp, because at the moment the bats have like an 8-bit when they bite. I could make it so that they play the same sound effects as his chomping sound effects, but they've got like a high-pitched one. So it's still that sound, the same sound of me going, but it's like the baby version. That'd be funny. A log flume room. Don't tempt me. I have been toying with the idea of how I would handle water in this game if I wanted to do like flood fills with water. I would really like to. I'm just not really sure how I would handle the character being in it. I mean, it could just be, are you touching a water block? Okay, your jump isn't as strong anymore, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And wouldn't be worried about how to actually get the water to work in the environment. I could make that happen, but... I mean, we could get really disgusting if we had fluids. Because then you can have, like, red rooms that have gross fluidy stuff in them as well. The worst thing. It's just the worst thing anyone's put in a video game in a long time. Right, trailer for this is going to have like, you can cook for your friends, and then show them like making a nice little omelette or something, and then that. I think I just... Okay. I thought global health was a thing. Oh, it's life. Just want to make it kill you if you jump in it. That's all. That's all. Just normal stuff. If it looks like it should kill you, probably should. Just a little guy made of clay. It wasn't the most exciting thing. Yeah, I will finesse that later on, but at least it's kind of dangerous to go in. That's interesting that he doesn't start chomping you though.